Hello, hello everybody. Chat test. Okay, everything's working. Let's start. Okay, devlog for today, 24th of April 2025. I've been working off stream yesterday a little bit on solving the serialized binding of the drop-down fields in the brush for the Forger palette. I will show you that in a moment, and we'll go over the task. But for today, the goal is to get in a state where we are only left with testing. We have to clean up one more thing in the undo history where it says disable, enable all picking. I don't know exactly why, but it's a function call that I do in the code actually. Yeah, so I know why it's there, but it's nothing that the user should actually see. So we have to look into the Unity documentation if we can do something about it, because it spams the undo history. Yeah. Yeah, and other than that, when I'm looking over the task list, let's look over there. Here's the task list. I'm already looking at it, so I'm pretty much going to show it now. So we need to make some confirmation, but comment the new Brush Forger core class. I don't even know what. Is it? I actually forgot what exactly this task is supposed to mean, because it's commented. So I think should have been more specific, I guess. There's a public default mapping that could be commented. Core is commented, so I guess I can just give this the default name of mapping, which will be set. Should be used as a default setting. Yeah. We can maybe look at some restructuring over here. Like now, if we make this a little bigger, we can see that there's 5 classes. We can see a little bit that it's not necessary. I think, though, in the future it would be better to split some of the things, what they do. Yeah. It has to be done. So currently this holds a lot of the core creates an instance for itself here, over here, where it you can actually see 2 values in here. And we have these are in the core, yeah. But I think I can give things like the mapping, the brush, to the corresponsive managers, because they are there, and that would actually make more sense. And then the core doesn't do anything anymore, but we can use that as a reference for the managers. For the this will then be a referencer to the instances of the manager of each class. Yep. Okay. So let's not think about that too much, but give wash forger variables to manager classes. I think this is the biggest task that we have. It's not that big, so I think it's realistic to get finished today. We still have documentation, and there needs to be a tutorial video. So there's still lots of stuff to do, and making a video can take a couple of days, at least when I make the takes, because I'm not a professional screenwriter and actor. Would say good amateur level, yeah, whatever that means. I actually complete amateurs is a little bit lower, yeah. When you're working with amateurs, it's a little bit different, but you get the idea. That I wouldn't consider myself as a main actor or something. Give there an option to record. I think core. Not to record core, not record things in the palette. This one is unfortunately going to go completely. So the idea behind this is that if you have an inspector over here, you can set these values here. And when I Control Z, now I don't use my mouse. Yeah, when I Control Z, I use Control Z with my as a hotkey. These are in the undo history. Yeah, you can see how it changes the value, and how it works is this is binded to the to the main task, to the main class, to a class of this brush, and this is where it sets the value. Now, why can't I record it? Yeah, what's the big deal here? I can record it. Yeah, that's not the problem. It's bound to the class. Let's look at the inspector code and see why it's not possible to, or it is. Just go for this toggle, randomize values. Okay, this is actually has an undo inside. Do they all have a defined undo? Okay, then it's pretty much possible, I guess. Okay, I just thought it's just with the binding. Okay, so I remembered that wrong. So this is very much possible. So you could define a variable in the core that says that then goes in like this. Here we have our options. It's a serialized field. They need to be public because we need to look at them in the inspector. Public record wash undos. Yeah. And it's a bool. Okay, that one was missing. And it would have tooltip. That's what it does. I'm not sure why it says undos. I think it says undos as a time typo. We could have combined it like this. Tooltip what actions in brush in custom brush inspector in the undo history. Yeah. So this is a little bit crazy here. We'll have to look if this is working. And what we would do here in the inspector, instead of saying undo, you just would give it an if clause. If in default it would I would default set it to false actually, because I don't like it. So we if brush forger core dot instance dot record then record the object. Yeah. Now we have this with multiple scale. Let's just try that out in every line of code here and see if we have a problem. Now I was going right over the task list, so I just keep jumping into the work. But yeah, we can try this out. This is the first thing on the list. Clean up static references. I've done that yesterday, so let's cross that out. Yeah. Bind drop-down menus to values. Currently it's done like this. We can also confirm this with multiple windows. So later I will only allow one window. This is for testing purposes. But if I change the value over here, you can see that the value in every inspector is right. Yeah. And that means we don't have to we can confirm that the values in here are bound correctly. If I would change anything in here and we wouldn't see it over here, that would mean that we still have to do things, yeah, because yeah, because of binding. It's the way you can. I've written the inspector for before, like this, where the drop down would set itself up and it has a custom function how to display the names of the brushes, yeah, and that makes it kind of hard to bind it to a real value. And there was an issue where you would set this value and it wouldn't update here because it would only update when you called it, and it wouldn't. And since it was not bound to the value, to the real value of the thing that you set here, there was no way it could update itself once you changed the value. Now it's no problem if you work in the palette only, but if you customize anything, you have a script that automatically selects the brush. Yeah, then the brush setting is overwritten and it's set to another brush suddenly, and you don't see it in the brush drop down menu. Yeah, that's why I bind it to a value. So whatever I do later, I don't have to worry about the drop down again. That won't bug out. Currently, I don't see any problem over here. Maybe with the tool buttons. And that button over here does not update correctly. So I don't see the problem yet. Yeah, I don't see the problem yet. I'll just look into that, yeah? If we can change that. Only active tool buttons have this problem. With the action tool button, you click it, it does something, so nothing needs to happen over here. If I do this, you can see that it displays its outline, but it's completely okay. This over here does not display an outline once you click on it, because you're looking over here and you're clicking this button or this button. So I think that I give that a pass for now. Yeah, let's get into the nitpicky part. Active tool buttons update in every window. Let's see if you can somehow improve on that it always will bind itself to a value, because it would be nice. I don't know. I don't see the issue, but would be nice if the button would do it by itself. Currently, it's done by the tool manager, and it could be that we cannot fix this because the tool manager has a lot of static functions, and that's correct. Yeah, because there's only one scene view and only one function that is called when you're in the scene view. It's also defined by Unity that this has to be a static method. And so all the references to that also have to be static. That can mean that we can only have one button that is showing it's active with the tool. Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is manageable. Okay, bind inspector mapping to mapping. Done. Bind drop-down menus to values. Done. Refactor inspector classes to have a method for every field. Probably nitpicky. Going to give this a question mark. And this is actually I've let's put this in last only if I have time left for today, because this is actually where I say always said, okay, this is too much refactoring where it doesn't make sense anymore. Give brush forger variable to clean up under history. Okay, so I'm going to the bathroom real quick, and after that we will continue. Okay, okay. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, so I think with the undo task, look, I can confirm here is that it's probably not a good idea to customize the undo function. Instead, we have to make sure that we record every undo. And that's due to the way Unity works. When you bind a property, usually you can see in this inspector, this is the prefab inspector. I'm not recording this in the code, what I'm doing here. It's still recorded. And I've coded out the lines of code that are for recording the value change. So I think this is the line of code that actually does something over here. So let me try something out. Just want to confirm that I don't do anything weird. Where's the reference though? Should be here. Like I've 6 brushes. What? Where are they? Are they over here? Oh yeah, it's over here. So if I try to give it wrong options, then it's. Oh, that's the inspector. Yeah, okay. So I can't just set it to wrong value. I'm not sure if it's correcting this value though. I'm just trying something. I think now we should be able to set it to values that don't make sense. Okay. But we are not recording this. So this undo call is redundant because it's already recorded. So this needs to get out. So we need to clean this up with the undo function. Aside from that, we're just fine. But at the moment, yeah, we're just fine. But I wanted to make these brush for record settings where you specifically say, okay, we will want to record. We want to specify to record or not record. With the binding, it would be too much of a pain right now. I think it's possible, but that would really mess up the code quality. Yeah, that. I don't see a way to do it clean. Yeah, that's what I should say. I want to look into bind property one more time. They have some kind of undo. No. So they don't specify how they record undos, and that we don't have the options to specify to customize the undo function. And this is where we have to just take what Unity gives us, and that means I will go over every option and try to get the undo function and undo code out and see if it's necessary or not. Because I don't, if this line of code is not necessary, it shouldn't be there. I am. got a pretty bad thing here. It says load can only be called from the main thread, and then doesn't give me where I actually call that load function. So I'm a little bit out in the water right now. I would like to know where this error comes from. It's a little bit annoying. Oh, it comes up when I open the editor, makes it a little bit harder to debug. Well, there's a couple of things that come together here that makes this hard to debug. So when I opened the project today and started, this error wasn't there, so it seems to be something that I've done in the queue in the last 2 hours. And then it says load cannot be called, but I don't actually call load. So this is a lot of bullshit here. Or where I say I don't like how Unity handles this for debugging. So it throws me the whole error, which is nice, but I don't get I don't get where I call load. That's a problem, because let me try to read again. Now I don't see me myself calling that function. That seems to be done by some kind of event handler. And then something in the UI. So if this is not opened, I think now the error will not come up. It needs to be UI, but I'm just guessing right now. No. What? Is it because I opened up the undo history? I don't know. I'm not even sure that. Okay, that's a Unity error. If you open up the undo history. Okay, I thought that was my fault. No, that's a Unity problem. That's actually a Unity error. If you open up the undo history, it will throw an error. And I thought that oh damn, what a waste. Okay. Okay, I thought that was me. Okay, yeah, let's just confirm one more time. Let's look this up. Undo history. Okay. To find anything about that, so let's. I don't know if I should report that or not, because we are not working on the human version, so this could be fixed, but. Empty version. And then we could go through all the release load notes. That's going to take forever. Let's look at our version. We have 37, so February. So we would have to go through all these release load notes. You know what? Let's just try to rush over them. Just want to look inside. So they actually did something with the Andrew system. Probably fixed that with it. It looks that they didn't look specifically into that, but yeah, they changed things. Okay, so now let's look into release notes if there's something relevant. Changes. Oh, it's just a bunch of fixes. Okay. Fixes. So that's why I'm not really into. If I would have to report that if I would be on the newest version. And I'm quite now just not going to download the newest version. But normally I always go to the newest version. So they're actually not adding features, so they're just fixing stuff, I guess. Oh, there's a feature. Package Manager, edit a version history. And improvements, which is actually a fix. Right? It's a change. But then they okay, okay. But then they also have a list for changes. Okay. I guess improvements. So they are actually not adding features. They're just trying to fix stuff, which isn't bad. Yeah. I mean, they are also just working on their stuff. Interestingly, they have a lot of fixes with undo. Guess that they hate it. So they hate it as much as I do. Didn't say that. Interesting. Okay, but nothing that really matters. But a little bit. We could try to see if opening and closing the undo history really isn't that problematic. Let me just take a look if I still have my code normal. Yep. Yeah, okay. My code is normal now. Yeah, and let's open up the Brush Forger palette. Reopen the... Yeah. Okay. I thought it crashed, but then it didn't. I think it failed to crash. I'm not sure about that. Okay, there's no error related to my own set. So opening the undo history throws an error. We should set a bug report if we would update it. That's work that's not work that we have to do. That's nice to do, but I'm not in the position to be that nice, unfortunately. Okay, so we have finished with the undo in the prefab brush. So I would call the prefab brush finished. So there's one thing that I can do, and that is to split the transform foldout into more functions. Because I go over it and yeah, you go over the fields like this, and I just go like it's like noise. Yeah. So you could split them up into different functions here. The inspector. Yeah, I think about that. But I'll be off to the bathroom, and after that I will continue. And splitting this up, it's actually a task in the task list, but I say let's. I have to make more concept about that. First, I want to focus on the undo function, and after that we will go through all the tasks and see if this should be more methods. Probably going to read a little bit in or ask the AI to do something, because I'm really not into, like, yeah, you go through this with a couple of fields, so it's not hard to read. So it would depend a little bit on how do I think the outcome would look like. And since I also have some cross references in here, that's the main issue where I think, like, let's look into it. I think it's with the scale where I have problems. And the scale is cross-referencing something in the toggle field, I think. That makes it a little bit hard. Yeah, here the rotation and the scale. What are they referencing? The containers. we would have to introduce some variables so that when we adjust things over here, and I think this where you show and hide to containers. Oh, they are added fields and subtracted fields. Yeah, this field gets added or subtracted depending on what you pick. So you would have to put them into a variable out of that comes out of a method. It's one thing. I think there was with the randomized values or something else that was worrying me with factoring, refactoring. But I kind of forgot. I have to put this in at the end because the properties in the adjust fields to randomize option only exist. These fields only exist after they have been constructed. So I cannot call this immediately after constructing the randomized values toggle. Which is the odd thing here. And so, but I'm a little bit against making every property, every field, a method. I would more be like, make the rotation a field, make the scale one method, and make these options maybe one method, because it gets a little bit too single line. Yeah, it doesn't matter because that's not. We have to focus on one task, and the next thing we have to do is to check the undo functions in other things. Yeah, so it's nice, but I actually wanted to see the next task is actually to test everything to undo. Yeah, is everything undoable? That's the current task, and we need to focus on that first and keep on the task before we start jumping from task to task. It's nice to make some talk about that. I think that goes a little bit into the work later. Yeah, but I want to focus on this task before I do anything else.
battery critical.
Hi, how's it going? What do you use for TDS?
Yo, what's up, Havens? Oh, I'm really hungry. I just looked into my food supplies. Looked what I'm going to eat. Yeah, it's quite going well. Probably going to finish today with the base. If I keep up the tempo. Oh, Havens, if you're there, are you there? If you can't hear me, not good. I can try to copy you the address into chat.
Free TDS for streamers.
So yeah, but this is what I'm using. I don't even know if that's good. I just took the first thing that I found in the internet. Yeah. It's not the best tool, it just works. Yeah. So here gets a little bit fuzzy. When I select the tool in Unity, it does not record that in the undo history. So it's hard to judge if I should also record when I pick a tool. I should definitely record when I rotate. So this is not recorded. Okay, so these tools here are not recorded. That's something that I need to fix. This one is recorded though. Not sure why this is not recorded, but I didn't look into that.
Thanks.
No problem. So the integration is in OBS. If you can look at this stream, the top left corner here, this is where the text-to-speech is actually. It's a doc where I have this text-to-speech in, and I have this in the user-defined docs. So you have to set it up on their website. It's a little bit hard to get to, actually. Where if I go in and you have to go to your own account section, and then you can find it on the right side over here. Yeah, this is this is where you, if you're logged in, have the option to create
Cool.
it. Oh, wait. I think it's over here. No, it's over here. I have to. Remember which one it is. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. I'll give you the link. Because it's a little bit hard to find on the website.
https://www.freetdsforstreamers.com/automatic chat reader browser sources/.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain to browse the website. That's why I'm giving the link, and then you can go in here, and this is the actual ID of the reader, and there I set the voice. This is the voice.
Hello streamer.
Yeah.
You look amazing today. On Beanpog.
And you have your options. I usually modify the prefixes, so it doesn't read out the username every time. So I remove that, but that's up to you, of course. Yeah, but usually it gets a little bit annoying when it reads out the user every time. I just the base use that I need is to just have the hint that somebody is writing in chat. Yeah, that's my main use. Or else I would just be working and just not look at the chat and just forget about it.
I may go back to sleep, I'm not sure.
If you don't feel like you're fit right now, I sometimes sleep just at lunchtime or after lunch. Okay, that's nice. So I'm through the whole palette one time, and I've been confirming just Control Z ink through here and trying to find anything that is still not right. So that's quite nice that everything seems to be undoable. Yeah, so trying to break it with multiple windows, which is not even going to happen. Yeah, because multiple windows. I don't see the use case for multiple windows, especially if every window has the same values. It doesn't make sense to allow the user to open multiple windows. So if you go in here and open a new window, Brush Forger palette, it's always going to get the open window and not open multiple windows, because the way the thing is designed is that it will point to the same values regardless. So you could still customize to open a window in code, but the default behavior should actually... I don't see it in the user experience that you would want this. I mean, it's nice that it's working. Yeah. Select something, you see every window is updating accordingly. But I can't see that. I can't see the use case why we would open multiple windows of the same type. But it's nice for testing to confirming. Okay, the values in the fields are pointing to the correct values in classes and are bound to it, and those that could not be bound, because not every value could be bound, like a pointer, if they have custom handlers that they don't break under the circumstances that we test them in. It would be nice to have more to write test classes now. But this is version 1.1, where I say, okay, we have to make a cut right now and say this is like version 1.1, add unit tests, where we can figure out if it's even possible. Yeah, I think it's possible, but it will require quite some heavy lifting in the planning and strategy thinking how to realize that, because we now have everything how we should have it and how we want it. Now we would have to what do we want to test? Maybe the undo, white cases, unit tests for undoing. How do we do that? I don't know. Do we trigger undo then? Yeah. If we because all the things we do here are at one time, we would have to figure it out. Yeah. I don't think that's possible. Yeah. The undo test bits at one time. We would have to look up it up in the documentation then. Yeah. So that's really nice. So we can go in the task list one step further and say we have to clean up the undo history next. So one thing that I did not realize is to give an option to record what we want to set into the undo. That just didn't work with the options that we have for binding, and it would have been possible if I clear out every binding and make a custom function where it specifically says how to handle undo, but that would have been too much for me. Yeah, it would have. I think that's out of scope. Just yeah, creates a lot of cases where it can break, a lot of forked, a lot of code lines that are not necessarily doing that much. Where I say, okay, now you would have a value that determines if this action here is recorded or not. Yeah, so that this doesn't pop up in the undo history, and you can, and you just say, okay, I only want to record when we draw into this scene, which was a main thought of myself, that hey, maybe we would just want to record when we draw something into the scene, because that's actually the most the main value of an undo function, to have it do something useful. Yeah, it's also just using the thing, and we have a lot of things in here. Okay, but creating and destroying objects generally takes a little bit longer. Unity just takes a lot of time. So creating objects, always a thing that seems to cost a lot of time at runtime. Yeah. But since everything that is bound, you want to bind the values, because that's the way how to handle most cases. To say, okay, I don't want to have a value for the field and a value for the the real value that we added then, but have them point to the same value. That creates a lot of, it's sleeker, it's easier it's harder to break, and by having an option to record or not record those, you can't have them to be the same value anymore, because once you bind them, you automatically record them with the undo function. Yeah. So if there's no option to specify this in here, there's no option to specify it later. Yeah. So you couldn't bind the values and would have to handle them in some tracker. Actually, don't know what track property value is. I think I don't know why. I think min rotation. We can bind it. Oh yeah, you have to track it because this is a vector free field. Yeah, okay. And this is quaternion at rotation with vector 4, so it's nicer to that's why I feel track property field. So this is not the same as binding. Probably should have used it more. Okay. Because I think there's some line of code where I should have used this method, but I don't remember. I mean, you could also write track value here and then don't use the callback. I don't see the benefit of that, but it's possible, I guess. Maybe. But I don't see a benefit right now. Pretty much the same. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's not a concern right now. Clean up Anduin's history. I will now start to make myself some food. For lunch. It's just going to be a very, very random soup. Very basic. And yeah. Take 5 minutes and return. Then it will still cook for 10 or 15 minutes. So yeah, I just returned. Okay, let's continue. So we still have one thing to fix. And I think I can close the windows now. Yeah, let's just close all the windows here. And now let's make the change. Finalize the palette. I mean, I can change that later for testing, but when we open the palette, I want only to get the current window, not to open multiple. One thing that disturbs me is that this is an editor window. Could be nice to have this also as a one-time option, but one-time brushes, I don't have that on the radar at the moment. I think it's possible, but it's not what I had in mind. If I take editor out, what kind of things are missing? A serialized object's missing then, okay. Oh, what's the editor UI elements? Just something that crosses my mind. Probably shouldn't cross my mind, but trying to make this into a one-time brush is something that will just cross my mind. Like, why not? But I think it's. I think you would have to redesign the whole thing into component-based structure. So I think it's not. Like, I see things that don't need to be in here. Why is instance ID to object an editor utility? It's something that's completely scene dependent. Yeah. But I think getting editor out of the asset manager, that's going to be that's going to be a huge restructuring of the whole thing. Yeah, well, it's not our main concern. Our main concern is right now. So, I think if just the toilet, the bath. No, it was a kitchen in the kitchen. In the kitchen I came up with the idea to, what if I make the whole thing into a one-time brush. And I think the design of the brush is just not giving that. Yeah. So we can look it up just for interest, but let's be careful. Because I think it's impossible to just make that on the fly. You would have, I think to make a brush, also one at one time, you would have to work from the start in a two setting system, where one is at one time and one is in editor. By doing one and then the other, you're creating you're creating something that is designed for one or the other. And if you then try to do both, you do something that you initially didn't design it for. So that's why I'm hesitant with making this a one-time brush. One-time brush. Let's just look it up. Prefab World Builder. Okay. Let's look at one time. It doesn't mode. No, this also actually doesn't work at one time, I guess. In the editor, so I will search for a one-time brush and don't get a one-time brush. Oh, it has tutorials. But what it is nice previews, but we can't have that, I guess. Yeah. So currently, I'm not going to look into trying to one-time domain inhibitor. That's nice. I'm not trying to copy things anymore because I'm at this state where, oh, that looks juicy. I'm at a state where I'm like, yay. Don't need that. Customizable grid visuals. Interesting. Let's look into the reviews. Yeah, they have reviews. And something where I'm a little bit jealous. I also have only 5-star reviews, but I only have 1 review, so that's easy. One-time terrain and editor. Just look up the video. And I guess this is in game and he's changing things in game. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. This one is terrain caves and overhangs. Only with Digger Pro. But cool, it works with at one time it updates the nav mesh. But it's supposed to be not at one time. Okay. So you have this asset and then you have a Pro asset. And I guess he's doing it at one time, that's why its frame rate is dropping. One time? Yeah. So I think this one is a one-time brush. Let's look at editor. Now, it says will we do support in editor? Okay, so it's both, I guess. It's interesting. And there's a guy who just sells brushes, which is cool, yeah. And just does brushes. Yeah. So it would be really cool to also allow every brush that I make to also be able to work at one time, but I don't know how. Yeah, that's the I know a path, and I know that the path will be pain, absolute pain. It's not going to be this year. Yeah, that's for certain. Okay, so I'm going to eat now. After some research, really have to go over the kitchen because the soup is hot. Okay, BRB. Okay, let's continue. So, in the meantime, while I had my lunch break, I just discovered that there's some red drips onto my desk. Which is because the roof is not waterproof anymore, and we're trying to fix that since 10 years. And so I had to just take a blanket, tape it on the roof, or on this the roof of this room, and then go to the roof and see there are some buckets, and just moving the buckets so that they catch the drips, and that's kind of annoying. So this yeah, I actually paid a couple of thousands of euros. I think it was like 4,000, at least 3,000 euros, but I did pay 3,000 euros last year, and I think 2 years before that it was also 3,000 or 4, and it's still not fixed. Now, I'm not the only one who's paying it, it's the whole house, and the house has individual owners, and everybody has to pay to fix the roof, which is probably going to cost 50,000. Yeah, so I'm not fixing that alone. But yeah, I pay that much, I want to fix. Still don't have anybody here that looked for the roof and tried to fix anything, or said it's going to cost this much. It's a huge problem. Even though we have the money, but I think the guy who manages the house is just not competent. Going to swap them out at the end of the year, but at the end of the year is several months until then. And then I know my neighbor is losing a lot of money because the apartment next to me is empty, and they have problems because of dropping in water, and that's why I'm quite not happy with the situation. Yeah. Sometimes you get I get this reminder like time is running in my apartment here. Like it looks like super nice, but I actually have to get out at a certain point. Not nice as the situation. So yeah. Let's get going. On the other side, I will have at least 3 years until I can even think about affording a new apartment or moving out. So, or if I just get a very well paid job in another town I have to move to, even though I'm not into moving to another town. I don't have been talking about that with someone else lately, and who is also yesterday, who is a developer, and she said most of the towns, most of the companies require you to move there, and that's something that she did a couple of times, and she's just not doing it anymore, because after a couple of times moving to a company to work with them digitally, she just said she's not interested in that anymore. Yeah, well, that's another topic. Like, what I should focus on is getting this done and stop complaining. Just have to watch out for water damage, because if the drips come down to my PC, I have to immediately take action, so that I don't get damage on my PC because of dripping water, which is a huge problem. Imagine you just lose a couple of money because the roof isn't fixed. Pay your bill and it's still not done. And I don't not just pay the bill, I actually ordered that it's going to be fixed, so that's a thing. In the queue and task we have to do this. We see that when we select tools, it's going to record enable and disable all picking, yeah, and we want to get rid of that, yeah, because this is not something that we want to record.
How's it going, man? What's for breakfast?
Breakfast? I mean, I just said lunch. Let me look it up. I'm not so good in English. When it comes to lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Yeah, I just said lunch. Yeah. Yeah, it was a soup with some. I don't know. Legumes. Okay, that sounds odd. Lenses. Yeah, lenses. Was a lens soup. So, yeah, that was okay. Yeah, I'm currently dealing with something that looks quite hard-coded in Unity. When I have this method that determines if you can...
Nice, I don't know how to make soups.
I just buy a can and... okay, sometimes I make a soup, but I mostly just use finished processed food. It's not that good though. It's better than real fast food, like just a burger or something, but it's still processed. Yeah. Currently I'm dealing with a problem in Unity where you have this option where you in this scene you can pick things, and when I use a tool I have to disable the user from doing that, from being able to select things in the scene, because when you do something in here you don't want to
oh yes, true.
You don't want to pick anything. If you draw, you want to draw things in, but you don't want to select the things that you draw in at the same time as you are drawing them. That would be absolutely unusual. So there's a call to this thing that's just say disable all picking. Here's the call actually. Yeah, this line of code does it. And if I don't have a tool selected, I have to enable picking again. It does this every frame, yeah? So I actually would have liked to just do it on the tool used when you select the tool, but that doesn't work. I don't really understand why it doesn't work, but then you can still select. And some things, if you would press a button, it will enable picking again. So you have to constantly check when you're clicking into the scene that you can't select anything. I don't really like that. I would have... I just have to work with it. Yeah, that's the thing that I got from Unity. I would have liked to have a toggle where you can just disable the behavior and enable it manually. What I do is also manually, but yeah. But here's the bad thing about that. When you do that, it's recording that you do that in the undo history every time. Now, this is something that you might have a use from. You can see disable picking scene. Now, if you have something custom that does not allow that, you could then go into the undo history and reverse that. Yeah, that's one thing where I'm like, I don't know if that bites with the script of somebody else. Normally it shouldn't, but I would have liked. I'm a little bit hesitant here.
Do you have to re-enable at some point?
Re-enable it. If you don't have a tool selected, you have to re-enable it. Now I have to be able to select. Now I don't. Yeah. I can select. No, I don't. And it gets worse because you disable and enable it, and you have to know and I don't have a way to get when it's enabling and disabling, and it's sometimes enabling itself when I press the buttons here. It's enabling itself. It doesn't record it that right now, but then by pressing buttons it enables picking again, and just when I move the mouse in this scene, it's disabling it again. It's really annoying to work with. I don't think this is a good way, but I already searched up for alternatives, and there's none. So this is what I have to work with. And now if I press this button, it says disable picking scene. But so if I reverse that, you can see that the value in the rotation changes. Now let's not have a tool active. It will correctly say that it rotated. What gets done here, because it records disabling. When I press this button, it records that it rotates, and at the same time records that it's disabling itself again. And then the disabling the picking overrides the message that this is a rotation actually. And that's just... it gets even worse. Sometimes it does this. Sometimes it doesn't. It's not even every time. You see that now it records a correct change. I don't know why exactly. Okay, now it seems to work. And now it doesn't. I didn't do anything, by the way. I didn't press any button. So it's not every time. And that makes it a little bit hard, because I can get the message that I actually wanted to get in here and see if is there already an undo function performed. But that and then I'm trying like, well, I don't know. I just kind of want to have the actual message that I do that says rotate counterclockwise. Rotate counterclockwise or rotate clockwise. I want to record that, and not that I disable picking scene again. Because I'm doing that the whole time anyway. So this is why I'm working on the undo function right now. Yeah. And it would be nice if I could just get if it will disable itself again or enable, but I don't really have anything that can. Let me look if there's an event. No, I don't have anything to listen to.
Yeah, maybe you can remove it from undo history after disabling, or maybe there's a param to prevent it going from history.
Yeah, that would be nice. I already looked at. Here's the documentation, and the param is just empty. This is all options that you have. Unfortunately, yeah, I was also like, yeah, maybe here you have a param for undoing, but undo support is I think it's annoyingly tricky in a bad way, where the code is not where you have to make some compromises and workarounds. I just did a compromise with the undo function in the morning, where I said, okay, I cannot record everything that you. I cannot customize what you record or not. I wanted to customize that. That would be a nice thing. It's absolutely not necessary, so it's something no one asks for. But I thought it would be nice. It would be possible, so I thought I would do it. But then I saw that you don't have the option to customize it, to customize every undo, and it would have been a lot of code. So I was like, okay, that's going to create more bugs than it's going to and it's not even a feature that anybody is requesting. So so I know some ways to do that, but I know it's risky, so I keep from giving you the option that everything right now in the palette is recorded as an undo. Yeah, and that's cool. But I wanted to give the option to not record everything. But since it puts in some things in here automatically, and I would have to every time it does something automatically, I would have to write a function to keep it from doing that and handle the undo myself. And that creates a lot of cases and ifs, and what if the variable changes, and updating the fields, where you create a lot of code and possible bugs for not a lot of benefit. Yeah, so that's why I go with the thought in here, everything that you can undo, everything that you do in the palette can be undone, is recorded and can be undone. So I have at least something that is consistent. Yeah, because I think consistency is better than to have some things are recorded and some things not. That would be, in my opinion, the worst way, where you then get a little bit confused. So at default everything is recorded, but you can't customize what is recorded and what not, because I don't have the support in the Unity functions. And now I'm just trying to get this message that it's not, that is overwriting the other undo functions from popping up. Yeah. So I'm actually completely okay with it saying, hey, I'm disabling all picking, but I want to keep the message, and it's kind of messy to get it to do. I can just currently I'm writing gotcha if it's writing the message that overrides the other undo the other functions. So I know that this could be a point to say, okay, don't use, if you have this in here, then override it with the name that came before. Unfortunately, I don't always know if there's already something done, because the first time you disable this gets called and there's nothing in the undo function, then it actually is alright to have disabled picking scene. Actually, it's why it's enable all picking every time here. I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, that's because I will provide the name. Yeah. Just trying. So I'm just trying things out until I come up with the idea that is actually good. But I'm basically trying a workaround. Actually, it seems that even this doesn't work. No. So I have to analyze the situation a little bit more. Yeah, just trying to find what I do before I get this solution. I have to analyze what do I have, and then I can look what kind of tools can I use to solve the problem. Because with the things that I know right now, I'm a little puzzled how I can solve it. So just experimenting. Okay, that looks like much better. Currently I'm just trying to... So the fix is interesting. I have to go over it one more time. So I noticed that it would trigger at a certain event type, where this is the event type where it gets triggered when you press a button. Yeah, I'm like, I don't need that bit there. I wanted to get triggered when you move the mouse in the scene. So luckily it just worked. I'm not so positive about the if clause. So what if something happens in the repaint later that I actually decided, oh no, I need that now, or I want to use that now. Yeah, so I'm not too positive about that, but at least you can work with it. Yeah, that's my main concern. And it doesn't call weird names. It does not override the name, but disable picking scene every time you do something, and that's actually quite valuable. I could give could also get in that you select a tool into the undo history. Now it sometimes says all picking, enable all picking and disable all picking. Unfortunately, it's not very deterministic in that regard, so I still think that it's not perfect, but that's more due to how Unity does things in its internal logic, where I'm like, can't do anything about that. Yeah, that's it's super okay. Okay, so I think this is fine. It's fine until I find a better way to do it, or Unity somehow gives better options one day. But for what I have with this is a solution, and a solution is still better than no solution at all. And the undo history, if I open it up now, this looks clean. I see what I actually did, and the message what I did is not overwritten by some other thing anymore. I can't undo anything. It has taken me a lot of time and effort to understand everything, so I think the undo support is really taking a lot of time, more time than I would like to, because yeah, of things. But aside from that, I'm through with these tasks now. Give the brush forger variables manager to manage your game. Yeah, that's something. So I'm now back into refactoring, and there's not much to be done, to be honest. So the next task will be a little bit easier, and then I have to basically just go over everything and control it again. It's just my imagination. I'm hearing my cat at the door. Okay, let's go get going. Since the progress today looks good. There's one more strategic thing. I'm not sure. But every tool needs to have a function to change its tool size. I think it's nice that it's handled over here. But I could also trigger that in the tool itself. Because if you, for example, have a picker, and the picker does this, you go in and pick objects. Now it doesn't make sense in this context, but if it's a tile map or something, then pickers work differently. The picker doesn't have a size. Yeah, I just wanted to compare two Adobe tools. Let's go to the cloud. Just give me the current version. Okay, looks like Adobe is messed up right now. Yes, update everything. Can't you auto update? You're supposed to auto update. What are you doing? So currently every active tool has to have this method to change a tool size, and I'm like, maybe not every active tool needs to be able to change its tool size, but it's really nice to have this as a generic function to be called. And if you have some tool that doesn't have a size or doesn't use a size, you can just leave it empty. But for that, I don't want to create some kind of subtype, not just for this method, to be honest. The same with the preview. Some tools don't have a preview. And if I would start constructing subtypes, or if you don't want to do anything in that methods, then you end up with a cluster of base classes that are more confusing than helpful. So I would rather not do that. Yep, yeah, okay, that stays here. I will stay here. Because then if I wouldn't do that, I would end up putting this code in every tool that changes its brush size. And it essentially does the same every time, so I think then that benefit outweighs. Outweighs the con. Okay, let's go on. So the next task is to get the things that are specific to mapping, brush, target, and tag to their correspondent managers. If you think for a moment. Think for a moment. For the Boschem mapping, it makes sense. For the target dictionary, not really, and for the tech filter too, because there's not enough stuff to make them their own class. I mean, I could. I think it would be nice to save them up in the palette, because these are the things that are saved in that palette. So just need to think about this a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to save it in the palette because you can close the palette, and I don't want to go every time into Unity, and every time you close Unity, then all the settings you set here, like what brush did I select last time, it would be the setting would be gone, and then you would have to find them again. So I could make a palette setting. I mean, I still have two ideas that I have to kind of get rid of, and the first idea is to make to open multiple windows and have multiple settings for brushes, but I don't know why I would do that. think I'm just overcomplicating the things if I do that, yeah. Okay, I need to try to predict a little bit, yeah. Like, if you do it like this is fine, and you have to predict a little bit to the future to see, are there more things for the target that could come up? And I don't see them right now. Maybe I want to. I'm completely up in the open with that. Maybe I want to save more things in the structure for each object that I write into the target dictionary. But that's absolutely unpredictable. Yeah, why I would need that? Maybe I would to save up something about the measure or something. But I shouldn't. With a brush, mapping attack filter, there's not much change coming up with them. I shouldn't change these. Yeah. So probably going to change them, but not for reasons that I can see right now. And same goes for the mapping and brush. I could save them up into something else. I can feel like the name is not perfect here. But there's nothing critical where I feel like there's a need to change. Like, I can imagine that there's more things coming in here. Like, but in a very generic way. Like, I can imagine that I write something in here, but not too much. And I would have to restructure it when I do that, not now. Because I think at the current state, with 200 lines of code, there's no need. That's not a good argument. There's not enough fields to really justify putting these fields into new objects. If I put the mapping into its own class, then you eventually would have to get it like this. Then you would have to go brush forger core instance dot, and then you would get maybe the mapping manager. Actually, you can get it right now, and then get the current map. I think for the mapping manager that makes sense. sense, yeah. So for the mapping, I will have to do it. Since I already started. Then the one big thing that I see in the future is that I would get rid of Unity editor scripts. And then the mapping manager though is not in a saved asset instance, so that's a little bit annoying. So this is the manager is not there to save things. Then goes kind of for the brushes. Don't know why they are static. Oh, because see, because of a requirement in the asset processor. Then everything needs to kind of be static. That's sometimes the problem with the static. Once you have one thing that needs to be static, everything else also has to go static. Even if so I don't have the option to manage this differently because I have in the asset processor I have this static method that needs to be called. And they can only make static references. It's okay. Because the brushes are always going to be a list of things in one project. So there's no two instances of the manager. Which also is a scriptable singleton, so. There's a problem over here though. This manager doesn't use static methods. and variables. But this one does, creating non-consistency, and I want makes it a little bit confusing to work with. When you have one manager, brush manager, having a static brush reference, but then you go into the tool manager. Oh, that's also static, but then you go into the mapping manager, and that one is not static. Instead, this should be static as well. To create consistency. And then this mappings manager actually not be public. I feel like this is not the best way to do it. But it's consistent. I think the best thing would have been if I would have been working with non-static instances of the mappings from the start. But the current state has an internal logic that makes sense and works. Yeah. So it's not something that I have to. I need to panic. Like, okay, this can't go. Now, there's also more related bugs. Let's close and open the project a couple of times and see if I notice anything. And if it does, then I will just call it a day and say, okay, that's perfect. Okay. Okay, now let's select the brush. Test brush and delete it. Close the project, open it again, see if anything weird happens because I can't find the brush, maybe. No. I think I will do more tests tomorrow, but I'm pretty much running out of ideas right now. So active tool buttons update in every window. Something that would be nice. Refactor inspector classes to have more methods and everything. Yeah, I've been going over this and was like, meh. So currently, I just have to do these two tasks. With this task, I don't actually know what to do with it. Yeah, my main issue. But let's just go. Okay, active tool buttons in every window. So currently I feel like there's things in the tools that are not necessarily going to be in this class. Could be moved to the tool manager, and other things could be moved to the button, and then I wouldn't need that class at all. Like all these color things. Well, let's just try. Let's just try to get the color things into the button. Yeah, and button shouldn't the button have something to unselect? Let's just try. I don't know. So let's go into the button and give the button the color options. the button then knows what kind of tool it is. That would be cool. Then it listens to active tool changed. And that would be really cool. The button would just listen to if the active tool changed, and then the button determines if it's showing off or on. Private void refresh. Refresh button. And let's just do that at the start. But this should actually set the colors. We wouldn't need to give it two button out anymore. Unless it changes again. So we have that tool is active, is false, and then if it's active, and if not active, we set one color or another. Yeah. It will tell us that we can write this code in a better way. What? Oh, I know how we can do that. But first we have to determine, is it actually active? Oh. It only goes for the... Okay. Only goes for active tools. Sucks. Or it just can drive it. action tool. That one needs to be public. So we're kind of reversing some things here, so it's not that easy. Okay. Okay, we need to give out the button because you need to get the onClick function. That's actually a valid argument. Now we have to get rid of the style things. So makes it a little bit smooth. I don't know if this will even work. So as we can see, but this one doesn't have buttons. That's why we don't see the buttons. As we can see, the buttons don't realize that they are active or not, because currently they aren't assigning themselves. Maybe I want to change this to tool. Make it a little bit easier. Just don't know where I would need that later. See if it compiles. It does. And it works. Cool. Now if we open multiple palettes, you should be able to see that the buttons work even in multiple palettes. Something that I'm like, it's absolutely not unnecessary, but I think it's you can see that the button now is updating in every window. Now this is absolutely unnecessary, but I think it's a little bit more stable in under different circumstances, because currently the button just manages itself and you don't have to do anything and care about what the button does. When you select the tool, the button will do that by itself, and not the tool manager. And if you click the button, you could also just trigger the assigned function behind it. Not quite sure what it does right now. Oh yeah, it's adding the function when you click the button. Yeah, so that's actually correct. So it changes this region to tool representation to tool selection. So this is when you select a tool, and then there's the scene view function, which is kind of a different thing. So one thing, I think I could also put the scene view functions into the tool manager. It's not really a reason to do it other than another class that is there. Actually, this whole class could get out of the palette thing. I think this class doesn't need to be in the palette namespace and can move down. And this manager, it's good to have this manager, because this actually it should be named asset manager. It's a manager just to have the assets to be loaded in and not to have to worry about that. That's basically what it does, because I don't want to mess with the loading in out of tools. And there was a null something, so just saw an error over here. Not sure, because if that was something important, because I was changing things in this script, maybe it was because of that. Yeah, I think this thing can move out of the namespace, because it doesn't do anything with the palette. Or does it? Yeah. Oh, there's one thing. It still uses the palette. Yeah, that actually even makes sense. Let's see. Let's get rid of the core. I have it in here 3 times. Okay, more than 3 times actually. Yeah, but only 2 of them. 2 times of that I'm doing something with the palette, and I can get them. I can rewrite the palette so that it auto updates. So it's not dependent on calling that individual current window. And I think I can just call blur on the tools. Yeah. So that's redundant. We're one down. I wanted to handle that in the inspector. This will be the last thing I do today. To have the private void on tool on tools changed. If tools dot active tools is null, hide, else show. Yeah. Since these are one-liners, I can actually refactor them, but just look if this works. It does something with the fallout here. No, we just want to do that automatically. Yeah. I'm not even sure what it does, but it... which is kind of bad, but yeah, I'm currently like, okay, if the value is not null, then do this. Just small little changes where I think like that looks like I can improve upon that. And usually you say if it works, then fix it, but I don't know, I'm kind of retarded in that regard. Tool inspector fold out. I think, yeah, that's this fold out. So if there's no tool, then this fold out is gone. Ah, I see. Yeah, okay. So I don't know to test it out if it works in all cases. I can't come up with anything. And now we can actually move this. You can rename it, because it doesn't do anything with the tool representation. So Brush Forger palette is not correct anymore. Brush Forger core tools. Tool system. It's still kind of palette tools. Still kind of palette tools. I changed my mind. Because it's the tools that get added by selecting the brush in the palette. Okay. I'm getting nitpicky. Okay, let's get finished. So I have to go to training now. Getting some exercise, but every task in here, except for this one, refactor inspector classes to have methods for their own fields, has been done. So recorded the undo function has been done. Clean up undo history, that has been done with naming there. Give brush for your variables to manager classes. I can kind of see the point, but I don't. Active tool buttons update in every window, that is done. Refactor inspector class to have methods in every field. I think yeah, there can be done some refactoring in that, and then I should be finished. It's just a refactor thing where I think that in the inspector of the brush, the toggle, the transform fold out method is too long. It's currently 180 lines, and I could give it some kind of sub methods. It's really optional, and it doesn't do anything. Just maybe a 10-minute task, 15-minute task to try out. Talking about too much. And after that, we're going into the testing phase. Yeah, we talk about that next time. Yeah, basically, I'm going to go now. Unfortunately, didn't get to this stage where it's say, okay, it's completely finished. You'll have two things. Like, one thing is second brush, sprite example. Second brush with sprite example. Just something. I want to make a brush that is there as an example. And a second mapping. Clearly we have a second mapping, but that doesn't even work. It's just there for testing. And that hangs behind Camera. So actually using the brush for providing two examples how to use the brush. Yeah, how to make something. So this falls a little bit into the testing area, where we try to make small variations, real variations of the current brush. Yeah, that we could use. Just to be sure that we have two real mappings in here. Because if you go in here and there's a drop down with only one option in the base, it's like a little bit like, why is it even there? Now the base could be completely empty, to be honest, because the base has that many things in it that making the mappings and the brushes into different assets and sell them like that would be really cool and justified. Yeah, but then you have to have something in here, so that's why I cannot do that here, because you have to give something first. Okay, so thank you for tuning in for today, and goodbye. I'm off to training, and see you next time.